We are going also live on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. On those streaming platforms, you will be able to see the full screen of my trading view, where NQ and ES are side by side. If you prefer that rather than the vertical layout that's on TikTok, totally up to you guys on what you prefer. To my TikTok viewers, I will switch the chart that you are viewing if I have something I want to, key off of on ES rather than NQ, like that's shown now. I will make sure to show you guys the most relevant chart to what I am looking at, talking about, etc. Very good, very good. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. Morning. Is it morning or night for? Yeah, technically night here, but I mean, I consider it to be the night. I guess technically 2 a.m. London open. And we are about to get rolling. I'm hopping on tonight, guys. Basically, I don't trade every London session. I'm pretty picky about, which London sessions I actually stay up for and to trade. But honestly, tonight the market is moving pretty decent right now. I had a good trade yesterday in New York AM. So I'm really just wanting to kind of continue the momentum off of that. We took this short down into the unmitigated 4 hour and into the London and Asia low, which was essentially a relative equal low to each other. That was kind of our bias going into the session. So, guys, I'm just jumping on the chart here. So, I'm basically going to start from scratch on how I am, assessing where we are. I have the do not enter here on my charts to try not to accidentally enter full size contracts instead of micros. The longer I've done this, I've been trading for a little over 6 years now, and I have seen some indiscrepancies between the micro and the full size charting at sometimes, especially around when the contract rollover happens. So I always want to do my charting on the full size contracts. Most of the time, I'm going to be trading the micros. So I have the big do not enter here because I've unfortunately accidentally entered there, and it didn't turn out too well in the past. So let's start with NQ and kind of get a pinpoint of where we are, what we're really wanting to see here over the next session, meaning this current London session, and then also kind of moving into New York AM. A lot of the times when I have a good understanding of the London session, I'm also able to kind of pinpoint how New York AM will move more than likely and kind of what we can expect going into tomorrow morning as well. So the first thing that I see that catches my eye is let's zoom in a bit here. We're starting on the 4 hour chart. That's kind of my bread and butter high time frame. So here's our 2 p.m. candle from yesterday. Let me get my demonstrator thing on here so you guys can see um, the red circle. So here's our 2 p.m. 4-hour candle here. This is considered our previous day low. So as you can see, we are already underneath our previous day low. So for me, anytime a liquidity swing low or swing high, a liquidity pool is rated or swept, whatever you want to call it. I changed the line to dotted, just showing me that that has been swept. So I see that we are now below previous day low. Okay. Now, guys, going into yesterday, New York AM, if any of you tuned into the stream, what we were originally looking at as our targets were these triple relative equal highs on the 4-hour. Okay. These triple relative equal highs in here, to me, are as about as a sure thing as you can get in trading. Now the question becomes, how do you trade into it and the timing of it, which we all know is not as easily said than or is easier said than done. Now, right off the open, let's bounce down real quick to the 1 hour. So you can see this 9 a.m. Very bullish extending candle pushed up really close to sweeping those levels. But guys, look at this. I need everyone to remember this in their own trading. And when I started looking at this myself, it really helped me. I'm going down to the 1 minute just to show you guys just this one thing. Do you see how we don't have a single candle closure above even this first relative equal high line that I have marked from the 4-hour chart? So to me, I consider this to be a fraudulent sweep. That is not that this if I need at least a 1 minute candle body to close above the liquidity pool for me to really consider it swept. Okay. So really when we came up into these levels in New York AM and I saw that we weren't closing above even the first target line that I had drawn, to me, that was kind of my first signal that these were not just going to get ran immediately in New York AM, which was good because I was long biased yesterday. Now, I ended up taking a short. We can get into that in a second, but I was really wanting to target these highs just looking at the session when it first started. Now, where I think everything changed is if we go down to the 1 hour, so we kind of wicked into these triple relative equal highs, right? And then as you can see, that 10 a.m., look at this candle, right? The 10 a.m. candle was extremely bearish. Now, at the time, I was considering this to be the 4-hour open, right? The 4-hour opens at 10 a.m. I was looking for this to be the 4-hour open and this big down move here to just be the manipulation of a bullish 4-hour candle that would then extend through these triple relative equal low or relative equal high liquidity targets. Now, obviously, what made me flip bearish in New York AM was I started looking at the midnight opening range, and we will be moving this box here very shortly because we need to be looking at this for this London session. But if you look in here, we have let's go to the 30-minute chart. It's easiest to draw it on the 30-minute chart. So 12 to 12:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is nothing that I created. This is something that ICT teaches. This is the midnight opening range, 12 to 12:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is considered to be a institutional transaction area, meaning, let's see. So if I'm looking to have a long day, meaning the bulls are winning the day, I would expect little opportunity to buy underneath the 12 to 12:30 midnight opening range. And then vice versa. If it's going to be like it ended up being, look at this bearish day here, right? Here's our New York session. Look, bearish day. How much time did you have more time to get in underneath or above the 12 to 12:30 range? Look at this time. Here's 9 o'clock is here. Here's 10. So you literally had, basically those two candles to get in above the 12 to 12:30 range to short above it. So if you're going to have a bearish trending day, you would expect little opportunity to get involved or sell above the 12 to 12:30 opening range. This is not a strategy. This is not, hey, we're above or below this thing. Zach says to buy it. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying use this as a reference to your already to your already existing strategy, to kind of use it as I think of it as kind of like half court in basketball or midfield on the soccer field. Um, that's kind of how I look at it. All right. So once what I was originally looking for in New York AM, if we look at I think it was the 15-minute painted it very clear. We had in the New York AM pre-market, which is I consider that to be after 7 a.m. Eastern. We had 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked relative equal lows right here, right? And then we also have a 1-hour FEG bullish fair value gap right here. Okay. So for me, where my mind went for longs up into those triple relative equal highs up here, right, was we come down, we get the sweep of the relative equal lows, we tap the 1 hour, right? We maybe bounce off the 12 to 12:30 midnight opening range. Maybe we wick below it a little bit. Maybe we get an aggressive wick through London and Asia low, hit this 4 hour maybe, but some sort of continuation back up, right? That's what I was wanting. Now, where my plans changed was once this 1 hour went inverse, that to me started screaming. And then also look at this wick here on that 1 hour, that inverse, this bullish fair value gap here, it wicked through London and Asia. This would be my Asia low. This is my London low, which are, as you can see, relative equal lows. But again, going to the 1 minute here, look at that. No candle body closure underneath it, right? So that to me is a fraudulent sweep. That did not fully sweep the liquidity out of that pool, in my opinion. So then the right here is let's get this vertical line. Here is your 11 a.m. open right here. And what did it do? It pushed immediately up. So I'm thinking where my brain immediately went was, okay, here's our 11 a.m. open here. We open higher, tap the IFEG. We open that hourly candle higher, tapping the IFEG, and then it starts to turn over, giving us a bearish closing candle that would then come down and tap the unmitigated 4-hour FEG. That was my trade concept. And then, as you can see, my first stab here, I cut a little early of stop loss. I cut it somewhere up in here. And it basically remanipulated, gave an SMT with ES, and then you can see here that it actually delivered a tick away from the 4-hour. ES did tap the 4-hour here, and then later fully delivered down into that 4-hour. But I exited as it got down into here. So good day overall. So for me, I'm still, the reason I go through all of that going into this session is I want everyone to understand why I don't hate longs still. The reason for that is those triple relative equal highs are just sitting there still. And now all we have done is tap into an unmitigated 4 hour. Let's look at that 4 hour chart again here, right? So we're in this 4 hour. What else is sticking out to us? Well, this 2 a.m. candle here, right? We just got a new candle about an hour ago. It started lower, right? It's giving us the down wick. Are we potentially looking at, if this is the 4 hour open? Why is my, yeah, if this is a 4 hour open, here's your low manipulation, and then that ends up being a bullish candle, right? Open, low, high, close, kind of rationalization of the candle. Now, this is important. How the candle is forming, and I say this basically every stream that I get on because I really want to drive this home with everyone that watches my stream. Just because a 4 hour or 1 hour candle opens higher, opens lower, that does not dictate whether I'm entering, exiting, going long, going short. My trade is coming from using ICT concepts, using market structure, having high confidence in a high time frame draw on liquidity that the market's going to, in my opinion, be a magnet for price. All of that is actually setting my trade up. All that I'm doing with the way that the high time frame candle is forming is I'm aligning my price action to time. And that has in the past helped me to limit the amount of times that maybe I get stopped out once, then I re-enter and then I'm right and I hit full TP. Right. We've all had those trades where we had the right target, we had the right draw on liquidity, but we get stopped out before it delivers. Right. Maybe we re-enter, maybe we don't. Now obviously can't do that perfectly. As you saw yesterday, I got stopped on attempt one and then I got that full delivery. But using the high time frame candle on how it's forming, has it manipulated yet? Is this going to be the low of a bullish candle? Is this going to be the high of the 4 hour bearish candle, etc.? That or even the 1 hour. That type of thinking helps keep me in sync with time, right? All right. So we have definitely started lower. Now, where my eyes go pretty much immediately, let's clean this up just a bit. So we've already tapped that 4 hour, so we don't really need that. Get rid of these London Asia lows from yesterday. I don't really need any of this stuff. This is all from my um, trade yesterday, which we've already gone over. Let's get that out of the way. All right. And then we also don't need this. And now our previous day high is obviously up here. And again, like I said, because we don't even have a 1 minute closure above this first line up here, we're really just adding more and more and more magnet, in my opinion, not financial advice, but more and more of a magnet for price to want to return here. So what I always want to do as I'm analyzing the market on the 4 hour, I want to take the last swing high and go to the last swing low. That is my Dilling range. Okay. Now, why is that helping me? Okay. If this is my equilibrium, which is 50% of the range from the, because I have consecutive down closing candles, right? So the last swing high, last swing low, that's my Dilling range. It's marking the 50%. Nothing crazy. This is my premium of the range. This is my discount of the range, right? Most of us know that. Now, what I want to do is look at my high time frame PD arrays that are sitting in the premium of that Dilling range. You should always 100% of the time have these marked on your chart whether that is for you supply and demand, whether that's a fair value gap, whatever it may be, everyone, has, slightly different strategies. That's totally fine. Um, but we should all have key level points of interest, whatever you want to call it, marked in the premium if you're in a bearish range, or the discount if you're in a bullish range, and have those ready on your chart. So doing that to ES as well, to my viewers on the streaming platform. Again, anyone that's on TikTok, you guys can also see. You can also join the live on Twitch or Kick, and you can get full screen with ES and NQ side by side rather than the vertical format that you see here. But whatever your preference is, totally up to you. All right, so ES, NQ is looking a little weaker because, as you guys can see, it's definitely sold through this fair value gap. And now that I'm looking at it, we do have technically an inverse here by just a few points, maybe 3 points or so. That's a little sketchy for me to start really calling that a inverse, especially on the 4 hour, but we do need to keep that in the back of our mind. I do want to go ahead and mark the low of this 4 hour unfilled bearish fair value gap. And I'm going to do the same on ES. ES has slightly different structure. Let's see. Trying to pinpoint where the SMT is. That's making them different. The SMT is here. We do have a 4 hour SMT at these lows, showing a more bullish index being ES. Okay, so we need to keep that in mind. Now, ES, the other thing when I'm picking my PD arrays, that's a question that I get a lot. Whether that's through like messages on TikTok and Instagram of reels that I've posted of my trades that I take on stream, or in the chat during stream, is, how am I identifying which point of interest, like, am I really paying attention to for that session? I just went through kind of, taking your dealing range on the 4 hour, even the 1 hour is just as important. You could look at that as well. 4 hour, 1 hour, look at those dealing ranges, look at your points of interest in the premium or discount of that range based on if it's a bullish range or a bearish range. The other thing that I always like to do is I want to find which point of interest, in this case is a 4 hour fair value gap. Okay. Because technically, let's show you guys what I mean here. So technically right now we have two 4 hour fair value gaps on NQ, but we only have one on this down leg on ES. Okay. Which one do I want to pay attention to? Okay. So for me, people start looking at this one, right? And the problem with that is, one, you're under the 50%. So this is a discounted bearish point of interest. So probably not super strong in my opinion. And then also ES created its 4-hour FEG off of this candle. So what I consider that to be is a corresponding fair value gap or a corresponding point of interest. No, I do not. Well, I mean, technically, yes, I do use some indicators, like, but I don't use indicators to buy and sell. No, but like if I go down to the 1 hour, like I got an indicator that marks where the 4-hour open is, where midnight price opening price was, 6 p.m. open, um, SMTs. I have indicators to do those types of things, so I don't have to do them manually. But no, I don't use any indicator to like give me a direction or entry or anything like that. So we want to be very careful considering this as a good spot to get involved because one, it's in the discount of the 4-hour dealing range. Two, it's not in common with ES. ES does not have a fair value gap off that same candle. So to me, that automatically is lowering the impact of that POI. So what does that give me? That gives me high confidence that hey, I have a bearish fair value gap in the premium of the high time frame range, and it is consistent on both ES and NQ, and it was made off the same candle. That to me is what you need to always kind of consider those two things, and that is when you can really, laser focus in on this is a really good point of interest. Same way with this big bearish FEG that we're in right now. That is a fair value gap that is in common between the indices. And as well as this one down here. This one is as well. Need to draw that one on my ES chart. So that one's right there on ES. Okay, cool. So I think that we have, I'm going to go now and kind of peek at the 1-hour chart. Now that I have these 4-hour bearish fair value gaps above where price is, and we already have a low wick on the 4-hour candle, and let me flip this over for my TikTok viewers. I'm flipping to ES, everyone on TikTok. Look, do you see how this 4-hour candle has no wick, no topside wick, right? That should be alarming to you. Okay. What that is showing me, more than likely, not financial advice, just my opinion, that you've opened the 4-hour. This is manipulation, and that this will come up and flip. Now, it may only put a small wick on it, and it may be a doji, right? I'm not saying it's going to deliver 300 points to the upside on NQ. I'm not saying that. We don't know that. But I do think it is a very good um, it is a very good idea, opinion, not financial advice, that this will have some kind of wick to the upside. Now, what I think we could do with that, let's flip back to NQ here. So what I think we could do with that, guys, is I don't think that the play, especially for London, the play is not all the way back up to these triple relative equal highs. As much as these just look freaking juicy to me and like I want to just smack all up in this level, I just don't think that it's going to run that much in this specific session. Okay. What I do think though is we could look for trades into this. Now, why am I saying that? Okay. Well, we've already gone through a couple times now why this is a great point of interest, in my opinion. Okay. It's in the discount of the 4 hour range. Check. It's in common between ES and NQ. Check. Okay, so that's a good point of interest for me. Now, looking at the 4 hour candle formation, right? We're in a bullish fair value gap. ES is pretty high in its fair value gap. It's not as low as NQ is. So we're in a bullish point of interest. We have a unmitigated bearish point of interest in that premium of the range that we're in. Okay. That trade into that fair value gap would be what? Zoom out. That would be in line with your high time frame trend, right? Just a little piece of that puzzle, right? Just a little piece of the pie, right? Something like that, right? Is what I'm thinking. But that's all we need, right? All right. So I think that would be what I would be looking for London session. I think that's what I would be looking for strictly for London session. Now, why do I like that? Okay. I'll tell you why. Because this type of trade, and you guys really need to know the difference and start to pick up on these little things in the market if you really want to get good at this skill. Okay. This trade, I'm going to do the permanent marker here. This trade up into this fair value gap here, right? That that can support both a bullish move of the day and a bearish move of the day. What do I mean by that? If New York AM wants to extend bullish and go and take these highs out later, right? Then more than likely we're going to hold bullish fair value gaps on the high time frame, and we're going to start grinding up, and this fair value gap's got to go inverse. It's got to. If these are going to get hit today in New York AM, it's got to. So our TP being at the 4 hour unmitigated fair value gap would hit, right? So it supports the bullish bias. Now look at the bearish bias, okay? If we look at ES, let's flip the chart just one more time. I don't want to confuse anyone on Twitch and Kick, but we flip so my TikTok viewers can see the ES chart as well as they're in the vertical format. Let's see. So this trade up into this 4 hour right here, trade up into this 4 hour right here. If we're going to have a bearish day, it's not going to come if New York AM is going to come and start to try to flip these bearish fair value gaps, bullish fair value gaps. It's not just, I'm not going to say it's not, but 99% of the time, it's not just going to start just dumping out of nowhere. It's going to be a continuation. For me, it makes sense for the continuation to come out of a high time frame point of interest. So for me, just getting the piece of the pie to that line and not an inch over that line, because I'm not being greedy, just to that line, I believe is a good trade because it's, in this case, it can support both a bullish and bearish day. So we're not really having to pick a true direction. We're just saying, hey, I think that this point of interest is going to get tapped, and then the market can decide, is it going to inverse that 4 hour, continue higher towards the triple relative equal highs, or is it going to respect it and start dumping again and start trying to um, dig deeper into these 4 hour bullish fair value gaps that were currently, stacked on top of each other. So that's why I like that. Also, as we talked about at the beginning, ES has no high wick on the 4 hour yet. That's also kind of pushing me to that direction. Like, hey, Zax, we're probably going to want to put some sort of wick, or it's going to be a bullish 4 hour candle, one of the two. But we should get some sort of upside run here. Here in London, we're opening lower. Do we get the low time frame confirmation that this thing's wanting to turn and start to grind higher? So here's our 4 hour fair value gap, the low of the 4 hour. That would essentially be our TP. You could probably even scale off here at the equilibrium of that 4 hour range just to be extra safe. So let's see, we got an hourly candle here. This is 22 minutes left. Let me just flip through the time frames here. Let me get a kind of an idea of – 30 minutes. Check this billing range here on the 1 hour. So you can see here, swing high, that green up close candle, the top of it. Then you have consecutive down close candles all the way down to this low here. So that would be my 1 hour billing range for this down leg. And then you can see now there's your 50%, and look at where it pulled back into, right? And then that's also what overlapping what your 1 hour FEG. Where is that time frame's equilibrium of its billing range, and where do the PD arrays on that leg line up in reference to that equilibrium? That is what you really need to start paying attention to. So what I see here is we pull back in. So we pull back in. Do this. So pull back in towards that equilibrium, tap the 1 hour, and then we sold off. During that sell-off, we got a 1 hour FEG here that was bearish originally. Then off of this huge bullish candle, we inversed it. That was 10 p.m. So this was the start of the last 4 hour candle right here, this big bullish impulsive move up. That then turned this IFE. And that IFEG held this candle, this candle, this candle. And then after tapping it, 3 hourly candles, it finally gave it up on the 2 a.m. Big wick through, black candle through it, bearish candle through it. So it finally broke there. Broke student, you day trade mostly or night trade? I've I've actually never heard someone call it night trading. Um, that's that's actually that's actually funny. Um, really, what I do is I allow myself my I used to only trade New York AM. Um, but what I would find is a lot of the time I would get to New York AM and I would look at London or I would look at Asia and I would see a setup that was clear as day to my strategy. And I would kind of be like, dang, I missed it. And then the setups in New York AM maybe weren't as good as that one or as clean as that one. So now basically what I do is I allow myself to trade off the 10 p.m. 4-hour candle, the 2 a.m. 4-hour candle, the 10 a.m., which is your New York AM 4-hour candle, and then 2 p.m. 4-hour candle. Now, out of those four, 10 p.m., the Asia candle, and the 2 p.m., which is New York PM, are the ones I trade the least amount. Those probably only make up maybe 5% of my trades, maybe 10%. Most of my trades are coming New York AM or London. For London specifically, if I am awake prior to the 2 a.m. candle starting at the London Open, that 4-hour candle open. If that if I see that the market is moving and it's not just sitting there consolidating, and do I have some sort of idea that I can play off of for a setup off of the 1 hour or the 4 hour, something with a high time frame bias? Do I have a really good draw on liquidity that I think is going to potentially get hit? Do I have, I look at those types of things, and if I have the opportunity, then I'll hop on and trade London. If I don't, then I don't. But I usually stream New York AM um, at least 4 times a week, if not 5. Um, and then I usually will have maybe 2 or 3 London, streams a week. Every once in a while, I'll pop on for Asia, but if you see my name pop up going live during Asia, just know that, like, I got a really freaking good setup because it's pretty rare. Uh, what do you trade mostly? What are you trading? I only trade NQ and ES. I used to, so I've traded for 6 years. I started doing, I first started, my first kind of getting my feet wet with investing was just buying stocks, just like straight up shares and kind of swing trading them, like, hold it for 3 months, 6 months and sell it. Maybe hold this one for a month and sell it. I like doing that, but I didn't like how I could only buy. Like I couldn't at that time. I wasn't able to play both sides of the market. Also got into crypto, traded that for a little bit back in 2020 when it was very volatile on that big bull run. Um, and then 2022, I started trading options. I traded options for about 2 years, had pretty good success with it. Um, but I think that the same kind of thing where there's so many opportunities every day because there's so many different tickers. It's a good thing because you can go through a lot of different tickers, you can look at a lot of different setups. That is good. I'm not saying that's not good, but it can also be kind of detrimental to you, especially when you're not profitable yet. So, um, for me, when I found the futures market and I found prop firms and I kind of started using that, I tried to give myself a lot of opportunities. So I looked at like NQES, I looked at gold, I looked at silver, I looked at, um, the euro futures, and like I had probably 7 or 8 different things on my watch list in the futures market. And it wasn't until I want to say the end of 2024, so probably like 1 year of me trading futures, I finally was like, okay, I'm done trading all, because I realized most of my losses were when I started flipping around to different things. And um, that most of the time when I was trading NQ and ES, I did pretty well. Not 100%, obviously, but um, that I had pretty good consistency. So I kind of stripped away everything, and now my trading view literally sits just like this, even when I'm not streaming. It's NQES side by side. That's all it is. I'll have people like family members and friends like reach out to me and say, "Hey, what do you think about stock? Whatever." Of course, I don't mind going on there and saying, "Hey, I like this level," or "Hey, what." But other than that, my chart doesn't change. So NQES, I lean towards NASDAQ, but I like to use whatever kind of the market structure is telling me which one's stronger. I'm going to take long trades on it. Which one's weaker, I'm going to take short trades on it. Is how I kind of do it. Any tips for beginners, for example, where to start off, how much to start off? So honestly, my tip for beginners is um, detach from the money. Everyone comes to this world wanting the money that it can provide you. The more the more you worry about the money that it can bring you, the longer it's going to take you to get to it, if you ever get to it. And I'm speaking from my experience and a lot of people's experience. If you stop that and you just look at this like kind of like a game, like think of Michael Jordan in basketball, right? If he scored 100 points one night and 5 points the next night, like his check it was the same, right? Like he got his skill set in this game to a certain level, and then he made money from it because he played it very well, right? It's hard to do that with trading because each trade you're quote making money, and I want to make this much off this trade. You just take that away and look at it like points. Hey, like yesterday, New York AM, I stopped out at like 45 points at a loss, and then I caught 97 points on a win, right? So I came out of that day up, say, I'm just throwing a number, like 50 points up, right? I'm not sitting there. The only reason that I even have uh like on my screen showing how much, like the price like this of like how much I would win and lose, is for my streaming, because people, when I make clips and stuff, like they want to see that. Before I streamed, I actually changed my trading view settings to where I forget how I did it exactly, but let's see, trading, right here under trading, profit and loss, you can change it to ticks. And you can literally just say, hey, I was up 100 ticks today, or hey, I was down 50 ticks today. That helps you detach from the money, I think. But I think that's the biggest thing for beginners is like detach from the money, zoom out on your time horizon of when you think that this is going to start working out for you, double that time, triple it. And I know you don't want to hear that, but that's probably honestly the truth that a lot of people won't give you on the internet. They're all going to tell you, hey, lock in for 3 months or lock in for 6 months, and it's all going to be, you're going to be banking. Not saying you can't do that. And if you detach from the money and you can stay disciplined to your system, you probably can. But for most people, it takes a while to one learn the technical side of it, and then once you get that really good, there's still the whole other layer of how do I manage myself you know, doing this, right? Like my day job is in engineering. So like in that job, I have a manager, I got, a director above him, I got a bunch of other engineers that I work with that are kind of, my teammates. Like I have all of this support around me. So yes, I have to make very big decisions, but I have a bunch of people that are kind of overseeing my decisions. I have people working with me to help me with what decision I need to make. So it's just this is like it's solely on you, right? And that's the financial freedom part of it. That's the great part of it. But you have to kind of understand the weight of that and just understand that like this isn't a race, right? Like the market, I always tried to like get results very fast. I wanted to have, max allocation through this prop firm in 2 weeks. Or I'm just making up a number, but like, I always try to put these timelines on myself, but that the market rewards patience, not your timing, right? So I think if you kind of zoom out on when you're thinking this is going to work out for you and you're going to be financially free from doing just this, I would zoom that out and double it in your head and just take a breath and kind of take your time and put the money aside, look at it more of like points, count do the ticks or the points that you're winning and losing each time, rather than saying, hey, I want to make $500 a day. Like just take that thinking out because it's really toxic and um it's not going to benefit you. um as you're asking how much to start off with, if you're like a true beginner and you're literally just now like opening TradingView for the first month, honestly, probably whatever you put in, you're going to lose. And I'm not saying that to again discourage you in any way because this is 100% possible, but it takes time, right? Like think of a you're basically trying to go and make you're going to be able at the end of this road you're going to be able to make the salary of a brain surgeon in a week or 2 weeks or a month what they work a whole year for, right? You have to understand that like okay, that person literally was in school from 5 years old until they were 30 to make that money, right? And now I'm going to be able to do that in a week, 2 weeks, a month, whatever. To get to that point, like you gotta know, like, hey, this isn't gonna be overnight success. So whatever, if you're truly from like scratch, a beginner, I would really, really, really urge you to practice with paper trading. There's a ton of platforms now that honestly, when I started trading in 2020, it wasn't like that. They didn't have as much paper trading opportunities, like, it wasn't as realistic. Um, TradingView is a great one. Um, there's nothing wrong with paper trading when you're a true beginner and not blowing your savings, because I'm telling you, 9 out of 10 traders you see right now, they all lost for 6 months, a year, 2 years, 3 years. I mean, they all lost probably substantial money before they ever started making money. And it is kind of part of it, but, um, if you just get ahead of that and just say, I'm not gonna put my savings into this, I'm not gonna be stupid with the money I've worked hard for. I'm just gonna paper trade and then start to put little amounts of money in. Maybe, paper trade for a while, get used to that, get the technical side down, and then you do need to start putting some money at risk to get the mental and the psychological aspect of trading down. Put in $20, put that at risk. See how that makes you feel. see when it's going against you and you're down $20, you know, does that feel bad to you, or is your heart pounding over it? If your heart's pounding over what you're risking, then you're risking too much, right? You want to find that level to where, like, if I lose this, I'm totally fine with it. Find that number for you when you're first starting, make it as low as you want, and then gradually work your way up, right? People don't want to do it that way because they want the results today. And that is the reason that most people lose when they're a beginner, and that is why most people quit. And that is why that statistic of 98% or 95% of traders lose money, that's where that comes from. Because they all, and I was the same way, come out of the gate, we want to, do this now. I want to be a millionaire, all this stuff. I'm going to retire my parents, all these great goals to have. There's nothing wrong with those being your goals. Um, but having a very unrealistic timeline to those. I think if every beginner really sat back and said, I'm gonna lock in, I'm gonna study this and practice this, I'm gonna, paper trade for 6 months or 8 months and really get a good understanding of a technical strategy that I like, that fits well with me. And then I'm gonna start slowly introducing money into the market little by little. And if I ever feel my heart pounding over what I'm risking, then I've gone too high up in risk and I need to come down and take it slower, right? And that is going to be a gradual thing, even when you're profitable, right? Because me, as I've gone up and up and up with my number, I still find myself sometimes where I start increasing my risk um, over time as I've gotten much better and more consistent. And then I'll catch myself in a trade in drawdown. I'll catch myself kind of getting anxious over the number that I see on the screen. And I'll have to tell myself, like, hey, I don't need to do this again. I need to maybe take this down a little bit more. So for me right now, I've gotten to the point where, like, risking like $700 is like, I don't really even think about it anymore. Like, that's just like normal to me. But like coming in here losing like 2K on one trade or something, 3K, that's a little above my threshold of pain personally right now. So you just got to find where you are on that. And then as you get better and as you get, because I originally was risking like $50, right? Like years ago, right? So, and $50 used to be like, oh man, that sucks. I lost $50, right? But now it's like, I don't even count that as a trade. I count that as like break even. So trading will change your perspective to what the number on the screen makes you feel. When I first started winning $100, I felt like a freaking king. But now, like, I don't even really consider that having a green day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it kind of uh, it kind of dilutes your sense of, you know, what that number feels like for you, whether that's losing or winning. So that helps you over time be able to kind of gradually increase that risk. But it's slow and steady wins this race. Nothing in this race is won overnight. Nothing in this race is won, um, you know, and most of the time it's not ever done on the same timeline that you wish it was done. All right. So locking back in here, guys. Good question. Good questions, broke student. I hope you take that advice. Um, do better. Some people on the internet, they're not going to be, very transparent. And they're going to say that they made all the right decisions on their journey in trading. I find that to be just absolute crap. Personally, uh, I was I did not make very good decisions. Now don't get me wrong, I didn't just lose every, I didn't. I made good money at times, but I also lost a lot of times when I was learning. I think you can just skip all of that. Just the roller coaster and all that. It's just so much easier if you just take it slow. So if you really, really want this and you really want to lock in on it, that's the way to do it. If you really want to do this, you should expect to do it the rest of your life, or at least till you can comfortably retire. And if that's the case, like, what's the rush? Like, you're gonna do it for, to get to that, you're gonna be doing it at least 10 years, 12 years. So, like, what's the big rush? There's a there's a saying that this older guy that I used to work with always told me, and I think it comes from the army. I think they say it in the army. I'm not sure. I'm not in the army. I don't want to speak for anyone that is, but it's slow is fast, fast is slow. Basically meaning that when you're trying to go fast, you're gonna make mistakes and it's gonna end up in the end being slower. And that just going nice and slow and steady ends up in the end um, being faster. Hey, yeah, yeah, I'm trading trading London. I haven't taken a trade though. I'm still waiting on a setup here. But yeah, I'm looking to. Thanks for the follow, Camilla. Hey, Yan, where are you located at? I actually I actually went to, I don't know if where you're located, but I actually went to Shanghai about a year ago, and I had a great time there, man. That was my not my first time out of the United States, but it was definitely my first time in Asia, and I was honestly pleasantly surprised of my experience there. I just saw your name and was wondering if you were from somewhere in the Asia continent. All right, guys. I think honestly, this is setting up for me. All right. So let's lock back in. We had a new viewer here on Kick asking some questions about uh starting out and something that every one of us that have gotten into trading has dealt with those questions, and I wanted to honestly give her the advice that I wish someone would have given me, at, in my early years in this game. Wednesday. Okay, so let's lock back in here. So the biggest thing that I see different, guys, is this SMT. Let's look at NQ because that's what my TikTok. How long did it take you to get your first payout? Honestly, man, I didn't trade prop firms for my first like 5 years in trading. Um, it did take me a minute to get used to like trailing drawdown and not like uh or even like end of day trailing drawdown and not trading live, like it's different. I think it probably 3 or 4 months maybe, but again, that was just like getting used to the rules of prop firms and like I'd never done that for the 5 years that I had traded before then. So all right, so well, so where my brain is right now, everybody, is this. So we have SMT here with ES. Okay. Where that SMT is actually located is our previous day low. So ES has not swept previous day low, NQ has. Okay, so we all need to put that in our mind. Our 4 hour open is here, and we have no upside wick on ES, and we have very little upside wick on NQ, and we've pushed now lower. Okay. So now what could we look for in the market? So this low here is 9 p.m. So I'm going to go ahead and mark this as our Asia low. And then I'm going to go ahead and mark that same low on ES as well as our Asia low. So now what I see forming, so I'm going to probably consider this low that we just made on NQ a relative equal low to Asia low. Okay. But this 1 hour IFEG is really no longer applicable because it's been ran through in each direction back and forth now. Our highest time frame gap is this 30-minute right here. So that started off bullish. So go ahead and mark it bullish and walk through it. So it started off bullish. We got a tap here. It held this long wick here, but eventually it has now fallen through there. And now this wick is the retap of that. Okay. So I would consider this to be M30 IFEG. All right. Now let's check ES. Here is M30 IFEG. Okay, so it's a corresponding fair value gap, meaning both indices have it off the same candle. Very good. All right, going down to the 15-minute here. Nothing really sticking out too different there. 5-minute looks like it's already manipulated pretty heavily. That 3-minute right here was the money. This was the money tap for lower. That would have probably been a good trade there. So, but I don't really want that trade. I like our original idea much better, which is to drive back towards this untapped 4 hour. Now, what we're essentially getting now, we still have 2 hours left on the 4 hour candle. Okay. We are getting a very nice sweep of liquidity right now. So I'm going to mark this as my liquidity sweep. ES has not swept yet. So currently we have another bullish SMT formed. Now it obviously may get invalidated. We don't know yet. But we'll go ahead and mark that for now. At that Asia low and at previous day low. Uh, you know, well, Ashton, well, there are multiple videos I have that that show me getting stopped and then re-entering and then um hit, hitting TP. Or I also have at least one, if not two videos where I get stopped and then I don't get a re-entry and it full delivers to my TP. So uh, I definitely got some losing clips on there as well. I do try to show that side, but as I've traded longer, I try to associate my trading off the higher time frame, and I have a much wider stop. Not a wider stop, but my stop is correlated to a higher time frame than a lot of trading people that trade on the internet. I usually very rarely will put my stop loss under a 1 minute high or low, like I see a lot of people on the internet doing. Um, so for me, most of the time when I quote lose, it's not really I get a full stop out. It's just it goes I'm negative and it's starting to consolidate where I'm negative a little bit, and then I'm getting confirmation after confirmation that my overall direction is not going to deliver, and I just close it. So a lot of the times I will take trades like this, like a 1-to-1 trade, and if I'll get in and this thing will start, if it goes down on me, then usually because this is associated to 15-minute structure or at least 5-minute structure, if not higher, before this thing runs all the way down here, I will get a lot of signals in this leg that this is not hitting. So I can end up kind of discretionary closing it. I usually just put the stop there for like a Trump candle or something crazy popping up. But yeah, but I appreciate you joining the live, brother, and enjoying the clips. I'm actually going to be I actually have a new clip I'm gonna put out here in a couple hours from yesterday where I hit TP in a random Starbucks as I was traveling back home. And it's gonna be a pretty cool clip. It I've already got it made, but it's a little different than what I usually do, so I think it will do well. Are you following the channel, Ashton? If you are, make sure you're all if you prefer, you can also join on the streaming platforms that will not be in the vertical layout like on TikTok, and you can see the ES and NQ chart. And it's actually using my stream camera, so it looks cleaner. Until I get my TikTok account to 500 followers, I can't um I'm unable to get my stream key to plug into my streaming software that can basically go to multiple streaming platforms at one time. So I'm basically having to run TikTok separately, and I can't use the same camera twice, basically. So my stream on Twitch and Kick and YouTube look much cleaner, and This is just done off my laptop camera for TikTok right now because I don't really have a choice. I only have that one camera. So trying to get my account up so I can do that. I actually think that I can put something on the screen. Maybe you guys can help me. Um, there's a way that you can put, let's see, live goal maybe. So what I'm seeing now, guys, is we got the SMT at the low at previous day low. We have an SMT now at Asia low. We want to start seeing some. We want to start seeing these lower time frames show us the upside here. So now and only now am I really going down on the 15-minute, the 5-minute, right? Up until this point, all of my stuff has been off of the 4 hour and the 1 hour. Anyone, my true advice, anyone that is not yet profitable in trading, they should zoom out. And what I mean by that is start trading a slightly higher time frame. And then there's absolutely nothing wrong with becoming profitable that way. And then once you're profitable, continue to dial in your skill set to then be able to snipe entries off the much lower time frames. That's totally fine. Totally fine. I don't want a gift. I want appreciate the likes, guys. That helps get the stream out. I was trying to see, let's see, how to put follower goal on TikTok video. Let's see. Let's see if we start getting a bounce here. So we had that 30-minute go IFEG on NQ. Got about 9 minutes till that candle closes. ES has not actually gone IFEG now that I'm looking at it. It's actually still holding technically. Let's see how that closes. The other trade idea would be that we did. Let's actually, before I say that, let's look at the 1 minute. We want to see, did we get some candle bodies underneath these lows, which we did. So I would consider this a good sweep. So where my brain goes also now is, do we want to come and try to target this unfilled bullish fair value gap here? So what we could look for with that is once ES actually inverses its 30-minute that's corresponding to this one. Because right now we have the SMT at Asia low, so ES hasn't swept these yet. So we could potentially still have a short trade and we could target this 4 hour getting tapped on ES. Welcome in, guys. I think honestly we have a pretty good setup both ways here. Let's see.
Customize button, then copy the URL.
I was trying to see how I could put the dollar goal on the screen. I don't know. It looks like you have to go through like a third party to do it. The only live goals I see is like the presence. Yeah, set up for short. Yeah, I think potentially uh DeAndre, I believe so, man. So I'm waiting for here. Let me flip over to the ES chart where you guys can see. So ES has not yet inversed this 30-minute, where NQ has. We got 3 minutes until that close. I would want for lower, I would want ES to actually inverse that. And then we could look for shorts um, for ES to target these lows. And then on NQ, we have a 4 hour unmitigated FEG right here that we could also use as a target. The other way that I'm looking at is back to ES. If we look at the 4-hour candle from London, we have no high wick on it. Is this just a manipulation? Because we have double bullish SMTs at previous day low and Asia low right now. Is this just the manipulation? And is the 4-hour candle, you know, going to end bullish? If so, if it actually does hold this 30-minute that it's bouncing around right now, we could potentially look for longs up into this 4-hour unmitigated here. And then if it gets into this, then I think we could, going back to NQ, I think that would then leave us in a pretty good spot for New York AM as well. Because if we get to this 4-hour bearish fair value gap in New York AM, we could potentially target these triple relative equal highs up here to the upside if this goes IFEG, which we wouldn't be trading at that. We would just trade until it hits that. We would wait for it to go IFEG and then look to enter and ride it up to those triple relative equal highs, or it could even set us up for shorts down to this in New York AM. So that's kind of my idea. What is your strategy? My strategy is determining draw and liquidity from the high time frame, usually the day, or really I would say the 4-hour majority of the time, but also the daily, also the 1 hour, but I really like the 4-hour. I want to find where I believe the price is going to want to go on that higher time frame, and then that can be a untapped FEG on the higher time frame, or a swing high, swing low that I believe is liquidity, external liquidity pool. Once I have that, usually I want to set up scenarios to both the bullish and bearish case, like I was just going through right a second ago. Once I have that, then I start looking at where I can enter. I want to find 4-hour, 1 hour, maybe 30-minute, 15-minute, one of those four time frames. I want to find a point of interest for a high time frame candle to manipulate off the open, manipulate into, giving the false move, basically power of 3 of that high time frame candle, manipulating into that point of interest. And then I want to see like 15-minute, 5-minute, down to the 1 minute, some kind of low time frame, break a structure, IFEG type of entry, and ride that to the high time frame draw and liquidity, whether that's the external swing high, swing low, or a unmitigated high time frame fair value gap. This is looking, honestly, guys, this is looking bullish to me. Getting a new 30-minute candle, that 1 hour looks freaking bullish to me. The 30-minute on ES for my TikTok viewers, here's that 30-minute chart on ES. Look at that. It held the 30-minute. It did not go IFEG, double SMTs at the lows. I'm actually going to go ahead and switch. Anybody on Twitch and Kick, to not confuse you, I am switching which side of the chart what is on, so that my TikTok audience can see the ES chart, as I think that is going to be the more relevant chart for me moving forward in this session, because it is the more bullish index ES is. So now so let's go through it. Aaron asked strategy. So I walked through what on the high time frame I believe is a good target. I think this 4 hours is a good target. I think that could set up, like I said, longs later in New York session to those triple relative equal highs on NQ, or it could just sponsor a move lower in New York AM. It could kind of go both ways. I would just trade right into the gap, not try to predict what the gap's going to do. We're coming out of a bullish PD array, which I like. ES is holding it very strong. We have the 4-hour candle has no manipulation wick to the upside, which makes me believe that it's very low probability that this is going to close bearish. I believe it's going to have some wick on it. So I would use this 4-hour right here, this line, as my draw on liquidity. In this case, and that could even sponsor a move down into these later. So I would consider this to be, and I'll go ahead and write this out. So this would be, in my mind, where my mind goes, is this is the H4 low wick. And I'll put a question mark because obviously we don't know yet, but so we actually have a 15-minute that just went IFEG. But NQ does not have that gap. I like to play off of fair value gaps that they both have in common. But we will mark this as a 15-minute IFEG. Low, high, lower, low. So everybody kind of make sure you're paying attention. We have that 4-hour opening price just as an indicator there, so I don't have to manually draw it. So make sure you're referencing that. So big extension now to the upside. Looking pretty interesting to me. We would potentially leave behind a 15-minute bullish fair value gap here. Not quite closed yet, obviously, but that might be interesting. 5-minute. We got pretty good structure. So let's look at this Dilling range here. So swing high down to the low, be there. 5-minute, 15-minute Dilling range would be down into here. That puts our equilibrium for the 5-minute range right here. And then we have 5-minute. This would be our M5 CISD is here. Everybody on Kick and Twitch, give me just a second. Let me get my let me make sure I'm got the right account. I won't pull it up here. $53.5. All right. Sorry about that, guy. All right. So I like make this line a little fatter so we can see it a little better. We did get that 15-minute IFEG here. It hasn't retapped yet. And then we haven't quite had a 5-minute CISD on on NQ. We're almost there though. It being a little more weak. But I think the 5-minute chart is going to be the money chart for this trade. See if here's a 5-minute FEG, bullish FEG. That is going to give us an overlap to that equilibrium of the 5-minute range, and it's going to overlap the CISD, which we want to see it start to hold as support. And it would give us a 15-minute IFEG retap. If we see this pull back in and start to hold and pull away maybe on the 1 minute, then we would definitely want to get involved up into this 4-hour. See what we get here. Appreciate the likes. All right, here we go. Pulling back down in. Let's see, NQ. Get its dealing range on the 5-minute. It just tapped. Bullish 5-minute FEG. Starting to pull away a little bit. I really want ES to come and clean some of this up, though. I am going to kind of start brainstorming this trade, not in anything yet. That 5-minute candles opening higher. I would look for it to now flip and come back down. I'm going to grab me a drink real quick, guys. I'll be back in 2 seconds. All right, let's see what we got. Still holding. NQ's flipped now bearish on that 5-minute candle. ES to follow suit here. Appreciate the follow. Ramil, is that how you pronounce that? Thank you, brother. All right, tapping the 5-minute again on NQ. Really need ES to flip bearish here. So far, it's wanting to hold. 45 seconds left on this candle. Let's see if we can get this next 5-minute candle on ES to open lower and give us the low wick. What would be ideal for us would be next candle, say it opens up here on the 5-minute and it wicks down, taps this, and then starts to flip. That would be very nice for us. Let's see. See if we get it here. It honestly, ES hasn't tapped anything. It hasn't cleaned up any of these levels. Let's look at the 15 and make sure we're not missing anything here. Yeah, now we have a 15-minute 2 overlaying the same zone in here. We got this 15-minute IFEG with no retap, a 15-minute bullish FEG just formed. Look at NQ. Okay, NQ on the 15 doesn't have anything. 5-minute CISD hasn't came back to it. This is the start of a new 15-minute candle, last 15-minute candle of the hour. There it is. Come on down. All right, guys, we're going to be swapping down in time frame now. Based on, let's see, soon. And get this kind of cleaned up so everybody can kind of understand what we got here. So 15-minute IFEG is here. We just tapped that. Tapped a 15-minute FEG. This 30-minute already held. So this is not really we're not really looking at that for entry. So we do have this bearish 1-minute on ES, but I would really want a new FEG formed on this leg right here. See what we get. See what we get here. This would sit right here. This would be great. We'd get us a bearish 1-minute right here. That would be good. Gonna poke through these other time frames. The other thing that we can start to consider, who is that was asking me about the Aaron, he was asking about kind of the strategy and understanding. Now that we're 12 minutes from the new hourly candle, if we want to sit around in this area for a minute, I wouldn't hate that. And the reason that is we could potentially catch the low wick of the hourly candle, but I don't know if we're going to get it. It looks like it's about to pop through here. All right, we got to close here. This is about to go IFEG. Really want to see it getting super wicky over here. NQ is looking bearish. It's tapping that 30-minute and rejecting. I want to see that 15-minute on NQ start bouncing up. Just double check this one more time. I still just like the 4 hour has no wick, unmitigated bearish fair value gap on the 4 hour above. 15 looks good. And now this is an IFEG. All right, guys, I'm stabbing this. I'm just going to put it basically at a 1-to-1. Give myself plenty of room. The reason for that is we're about to get a new 1 hour candle, and I don't know it's going to want to manipulate even if we're right. So for me personally, I don't want to hug TP. I mean I don't want to hug too tight here. So I'm watching very closely to NQ here. How about the 4 hour gap? Are you meaning the bullish one underneath us or the bearish one above us? We have two fair value, 4 hours kind of in play right now. Well, on NQ we do. So we the bullish below. Yep. So I don't hate that. I originally, yes, I was let me flip to NQ real quick. So originally one of our scenarios was to look for shorts down into this unmitigated 4 hour 100%. And that's what it really looked like it was wanting to do. But then we got SMT at previous day low, SMT at Asia low, and then the 1 hour puts in this huge wick. ES is obviously the more bullish index. And on this 30-minute that was holding NQ down, ES respected this. It did not inverse. And then it started to push up out of it. To me, I believe that that's showing that these will hold, and we're going to drive into this 4 hour up here that is in common between the indices. And that could potentially then sponsor this, or it also leaves the potential to inverse that and go target these triple relative equal highs up here. I don't really care which one, obviously, right? Like I'm gonna be out at the 4 hour. But I like this move because it can sponsor a bullish or bearish New York AM. So, so I was really watching that how that NQ 15-minute was looking because it was during this wick, it was pretty ugly, right? Like I wanted to see it start flipping bearish and bullish and start running. And then we also, looking here up to this 4 hour, what do you see? I see a lot of trend line liquidity that we should hopefully be able to run. I think that the risk of this trade is that we're about to get a new hourly candle. And does the hourly candle, where does that want to manipulate into? That's a kind of a concern. That's why I gave the stop so much room because I don't really see anything that really sticks out to me that it'd want to wick into and then push higher. We also respected this 1 hour right here. And then we also Dami, other thing to remember is the 4 hour on ES had no wick to the upside. So I would expect us to get above this to some capacity. Now we just wicked through it, so now technically we do have an up wick. Does it just dump from here? I don't know, but usually when you don't have any wick, what you're seeing is the manipulation portion of that 4 hour. So what I would like in a perfect world is we just form us a little 5 minute fair value gap in here. And here, and then the hour just opens and taps that 5 minute and continues going. But I don't know if I don't know if it's gonna be that smooth for me. So we are actually now that I'm looking at it, we are forming an SMT currently at the high. I don't like. Got about 3 minutes left on this 5 minute candle. I really need NQ to pick up. It's back into that 30 minute that went IFEG. Really want it to poke its head through it and start getting above that. There we go. About 2 minutes left on this candle. I really want this SMT to disappear before the 1 hour starts, guys. I don't know if I'm going to get it though. I need a good. Uh, Needed a really strong close to this 5 minute. ES looks okay. NQ. NQ really actually hasn't even had a change in the state on the 5 minute yet. Here longs with. All right, man. We'll see how it ends up. We can look at. We're actually forming a pretty smooth looking dealing range here. And then we would get a fair value gap overlapping the 5 minute equilibrium. That to me is pretty nice. Really, the only thing throwing me off is that SMT right now. Everything else looks okay. Because this tap right here on this wick right here, that tapped the 15-minute FEG. Didn't quite tap the 15-minute IFEG though. And it tapped the 5-minute FEG here. And then we did, here's our change in the state of delivery line on the 5 minute. That sponsored the last break of structure to the downside. Now we've gone up and made a low, held above that, and made another higher high. So 5 minute structure looks pretty good. Here's that hour open. See if it wants to tap this 5 minute. See if it wants to hold for us. ES or NQ doesn't have that 5 minute, unfortunately, which kind of sucks. And the last candle was a freaking monster lower wick. We really want to see this thing start to hold right in here. Entry is basically right on equilibrium. Holding that SMT into the hourly open is usually not a very good decision. See if we want to come sweep this low maybe. We did make a higher high, so I would consider this to be, since we had the break of structure, I would consider this to be a liquidity pool now. We sure are like wicking right at that 4 hour open. Really want that thing to climb above it. Oh, there we go. See if we get this sweep here. ES is sweeping. I'm sorry, NQ is sweeping. That same low. Tapping its equilibrium of that range, that up leg. I mean, to me, we got a good bit of defense in here to the upside. If all this just starts to, give up, I mean, not hold, then I would probably just look to get out. That's a lot of stuff to start flipping there. See what we get. All right, there's our tap of my liquidity line. And then also we can mark this candle here. And this is our H1 open. And we have no wick to the upside. So everything that we're seeing right now, we have no wick to the upside on NQ either. I want to see this be the manipulation. NQ's freaking dumping. See what we get. Thanks for the follow, bro. Hey, you're a real one for following while in drawdown, bro. Most people only follow when I hit TP. Real traders know that it's a back and forth game. Yeah, NQ's looking terrible. But again, we have no high wick. So it's like me, it's just no high 4-hour wick on. I guess we do technically now. We have like one tick of a wick on ES, one tick of a wick on NQ on the 4-hour. No wick to the upside on this 1 hour since it opened. But I mean, as you know, you can always have like a freaking one of those Trump candles that are just bearish the whole or one direction the whole time. Yeah, that's why I put a good bit of breathing room on the trade to. I don't really see, unless you consider this to be I'm trying to understand how I would get short with the current structure. How anyone, I mean, if we start flipping all this stuff, then I could, but honestly, I mean, if all this flips in here, man, I think you got a pretty good setup down here. Like we're about to make another S&T. Maybe NQ wants to tap that 4-hour. We're 7 minutes left on this 15. So this is the first half of the 15-minute is over. So I need it to now correct itself, ideally. Good gosh. I mean, we obviously see candles that extended, but not in the not in the first 8 minutes. Yeah, that's definitely what it looks like NQ seeking. Opening range. I think before ES starts running any of this, I think it's gonna at least have some kind of some sort of continuation. So that's what I'm looking for is like, oh, here we go, ding, ding, ding. So look at this 5 minute dealing range. Here's here, equilibrium, overlapping this. This 5 minute got cooked. Bearish volume here, maybe. Maybe not. I might just run this thing. All right, we got another SMT here. Yeah, I think there's a fair chance at minimum it pulls back to have some kind of continuation. And if I see that it's, respecting something bearish from this leg down, then I can cut at a much lower uh, loss, and then I can just reposition to go down here. I would honestly like at this point if NQ would just tap the 4 hour because it's gotten so freaking close to it. If it yanks up from here and NQ leaves, it got NQ left about 5.5 points from tapping the 4 hour. It yanks it back up and respects something bearish on this leg down. Probably be a good short opportunity. But I also wouldn't put it past it to have this as the hourly manipulation wick. I'm not closing it. But we'll see. But with NQs, low wick, that freaking close to that 4 hour and not tapping it, that I don't really like. I would honestly rather it tap it and then give another SMT and then start to oscillate back up. I don't think it knows what it's going to do yet. Just kind of sitting there. Chart is a bunch of PD arrays on top of each other. Honestly, most of them aren't even important anymore. This one can go. This thing can go. All right, now this is a where's that 15? Yeah, this just went IFEG. All right, here's our potential chance to get out if we want. So it's still holding the hourly. Yeah, this is honestly, I probably wouldn't trade right here if I wasn't already in a trade. So there's our dealing range. Rid of this. We want to reference that hourly open. All those PD rates still live. I cleaned it up for you. It just formed all of them in like a 5 minute, 5 or 10 minute time frame. All right, Dami, be watching this now because if it's gonna pull, if it's gonna deliver to the unfilled 4 hour on NQ, it's gonna do so in this area right here. The dealing range on NQ, drawing that out. We're right at the equilibrium. Got 5 minute IFEG on NQ right there. We got this bearish 5-minute overlapping the equilibrium. Watching this very closely from here, pulling right back into that equilibrium. I want to see it poke its head through that equilibrium. I need NQ to get above its equilibrium. I don't want to see a bunch of wicks thrown at it. Go down in time frame here. Tapping that 5-minute there, tapping it on NQ as well. Do got a bunch of stuff in the same spot. Pull that. There. All right, this is do or die time for longs right here. I think this gap right here is going to tell the story. So far, just wicks through the equilibrium, no closing, no candle closure. Really like that. Few 5-minute here, ticked lower, open. You're popping up there to it, but Got a 2-minute now. There. Still no candle close above the equilibrium. Oh, needed to make its mind up what it's gonna do. Juice popping above again. Need some body, candle body closures. Nope. Pull back again. Yeah. I'm loving this. That 15 looks freaking bullish as heck right now, though. But it's only halfway through. That could just be the high wick of the 15-minute. Essentially leaving a 5-minute FEG, bullish FEG. There we go. There we go. Start holding it. You have to start holding above. No. Bro, why is all these bots saying sell gold and can buy it? Ain't nobody trading gold right now, bro. Solid 1-minute closure on NQ above equilibrium on the 1-minute. Five-minutes falling off the so is ES now. Trying to see. New dealing range here on the 5. 5-minute. 5-minute FPG. I think this is gonna paint the story here. I want this thing to tap and go. Tap and go. Like that wick on the 1-minute there. Yeah, NQ's giving me rejection vibes right now. It doesn't have a single 5-minute above that equal. Oh man. But ES has been the more bullish index. So maybe ES may have to push us above. Ah, come on. Need this higher high here. There we go. It's 5 to hold, bro. No. Well, I think that just told the picture there. Bro, how you gonna join a live and ask me what was my bias when we've been here for 2 hours trading on it? Bias was an unfilled 4 hour fair value gap. No high wick on the 4 hour candle, no high wick on the 1 hour candle, deeming those to be manipulation with double SMT on the 1 hour, SMT at previous day low, SMT at Asia low, 5 minute CISD, 15-minute IFEG, unfilled 4 hour higher time frame bullish bias. We're sitting in a 4 hour bullish FEG. You talking about what was my bias, bro? Got like 10 freaking reasons. Now, of course, those SMTs can get canceled out. I mean, not saying they can't. And of course, looking at it now, it's not what I wanted it to do. There's a 4 hour below. You're right. You're absolutely right. But we left it and we had 15-minute change in the state of delivery and double SMT. And again, no high wick on the 4 hour or the 5 a.m. 1 hour. But obviously that was before NQ got, and now NQ got down 5.5 points from that 4 hour after I was already in the trade off the 5 a.m. open. So you're not incorrect at this point saying that's a very reasonable target now. I mean, it still was. We were looking at that basically the whole session. But ES wasn't taking any lows. So I was looking for it to and ES isn't anywhere near this 4 hour. They have this 4 hour in common. If it hits this 4 hour, then it could later inverse it and then eat New York AM could go target the triple relative equal highs on NQ, which I think is about as good of a draw on liquidity as you can have. Or it could sponsor, this, which is what you're talking about. But yeah, it is now that NQ's gotten so close to the 4 hour underneath us, you are 100% right that, and that's what I said about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes ago was if I wasn't already in this trade, I would not be in this trade. But if we flip this 5 minute bullish fair value gap here, I think we're wide open to that 4 hour underneath. But NQ is now over the 50% of its dealing range and it's holding on the 5 minute. I need ES to get above its equilibrium right here. having the volume kind of die on it as well. They're becoming detached from each other, which I don't like. But hey, we may make a 4 hour with no upper wit. Bound to happen sometime. NQ still hasn't tapped its 5 minute underneath. I expect that it would want to tap down into equilibrium on PS. Pretty close. This thing to buy its way back up. I do think if shorts are in, if it's really going to deliver lower, I think it's going to give a false. It's going to more than likely give an additional false move, which is kind of why I'm holding. I was going to see if it would want to wick into that 5 minute where I could potentially get out if I wanted to. Honestly, the volume is just dying right now. The volume just dies here. How long is that? 12 minutes. See what this 5 minute candle does. Also holding the 30 minute, still holding the 1 hour. Still holding the 15 minute. No, never mind. This is chalk. Don't. All right, halfway through that 5 minute, I need this thing to turn over. I really don't want to see it revisit this low by equilibrium. But NQ hasn't even tapped its 5 minute, which I don't like. There's freaking chopping, man. Come on. There you go. See what our 5-minute structure looks. So my eyes are on this 5-minute high here. But if this is going to fail and go for lower, I need to cut the trade in this zone right in here to minimize my loss. Forget who was asking that earlier. I think that was Dami. When we got this extreme sell off right off the open of the 5 a.m. candle, like it was looking like we were cooked. But I was saying like how bullish ES is. I didn't see it just running all of this in one go, and to look for some POI on the low time frame for it to want to pull back into to potentially sponsor that. And if it did, then in that POI, make your decision on if you're going to cut the trade or not. Try to minimize your loss. And honestly, in that case, you could probably, which I don't really like to do, but you could probably have entered short because shorts did look really good, other than a few factors. And Q's really picking up on this 5-minute. All right, so we did get a 5-minute structure break there. Like, nice, nice. Now, what we have to be careful of here is, are we get this marker here, or is this just the accumulation and then we get some manipulation that makes my trade look like it's good, and then it finally turns over to deliver lower to those targets that we were discussing earlier in the stream? That would be the concern here. I need to be very quick at cutting this if that looks like the case. And go ahead and have this opened. If it inverses the gap, do you think it's going to keep going? Yeah, honestly, if it takes this gap, I don't see anything else playing. I mean, you got a bunch of low resistance liquidity built up to that 4 hour. I don't see anything, but my big concern right now is this just is this just the sweep to bait people in long to then now dump it? Because we really have, I mean, we technically did get a candle or two above on the 5-minute of that 5-minute dealing range. Now we're opening this candle with no lower wick which I don't freaking like. I think so though. I don't see anything else that could potentially keep us from this 4 hour up here. I don't like how this 5 minutes started. I think Q has a slight wick, but it's very small. You don't want to see this thing start to turn back over and re-enter into this big consolidation range in here that we've built up. We just, Dami, we do need to be careful though, because we don't, again, we don't want to kind of get suckered in to the false move up here to staying in the trade if it's indeed the false move. That's what's going to be kind of hard to judge here, because right now it's like, why on earth would I get out of this? It's just, looking good. I need this thing to freaking cook. And the other thing, now we're about to open a new 4 hour, which honestly to me really scares me with that 4 hour underneath us. My intent was not be in this trade during a 4 hour candle open, right? I was thinking that 5 a.m. extension would get us up there, or at least pretty close to where when that next, draw it. So this was our 1 hour open here. I was hoping we would get something like this. And then maybe that next 4 hour opens like here and gives us this TP, and then gives the big bearish delivery down into here. It would be wise if you are, especially if you're trading funded accounts or live accounts too, I guess more so, at that 4 a.m. open, probably take, especially if this thing extends a decent bit, take something off and take your stop to break even. All right. We did get that to inverse there. NQ filled it to the tick. M5, IFEG. So now, man, I would probably draw a hard line. Like, if we get back under this IFEG, then I would probably want to get out. Got 10 minutes. I really want to see this thing tap and then keep this run going. Also be aware of this swing high here on NQ. You don't want to carry an SMT into that 4-hour open. I need the sucker to pop quick and flip. This one's, I think my trade in New York AM this morning was like 5 minutes, man. This thing is burning slow. All right, 2 minutes left on this 5 minute. I need this thing to get back going to the upside. Nice. Now run. Watch these highs, Dami. Watch this high. We really need NQ to get above this high. We got about 6 minutes for it to do so, assuming that the S&P takes this high too. All eyes on this high right here. And it's the corresponding high on NQ. All right, last 5 minutes here. I don't really like. I don't know, man. I like the trade though. I just don't like the circumstance of the new 4 hour. All right. We just popped above our hourly open on both. Where is that? Where is that kid that was asking me about my bias of this trade? Like, bro, like look at the chart. 99% of candles have wicks, bro. Like if you see high time frame candle forming without a wick, don't I'm not saying like trade just because of that, but like if you have other reasons to go with that thinking, then I believe it's pretty solid. Paid me well. I need NQ to run here. Come on, Nazi, run. It's thinking about it. I can tell how it's forming this candle. Honestly, what I'm scared of, like if I cut this trade before the 4 hour open, the next 4 hour here in 3 minutes, it could give you this right off the start of the candle, like first 10 minutes, first 20 minutes of the candle. It could deliver to that, and that just be the manipulation of that of the 4 hour. But it also could give you the exact opposite down to that 4 hour on it, which is why it's so hard to hold during 4 hour opens. All right, you did take the high. That's nice. Really want to see this thing get some legs here and carry this momentum into that open. I think that um, that will kind of increase our chance of hitting this. Where's that? Here, I'm finna be petty. Can I be petty, guys? Okay, we all. I'm about to smack TP on these. All right, Dami, not financial advice, brother, but if you have open risk right now, like if you're not at break even going into like the next minute, just know you're taking a pretty decent risk. Just want to make sure you're open to that. I don't think it looks bad. I'm not saying it looks bad in any way. I'm not saying that I don't nothing's showing me that this won't hit. I'm just saying those 4 hour opens, bro, they're a different animal in my experience. Honestly, like right now, this thing ticks back up a few ticks. You might could take you got multiple contracts, maybe take some off. I'm thinking about taking mine to break even here, but because if it opens and manipulates lower impulsively, then I can just re-enter long if I still like it. I'm going break even, guys. I'm going break even. I'm protecting the capital. Now, right here's our 4 hour open. We're gonna be right or wrong very quick here. Opening up a huge 15-minute now that I see it. It might play off this 15-minute. It looks like it's going to want to form. Hopes and prayers that trade. No, not really. Holding it through the 4-hour open was unintentional, though, for sure. We we took this thing at like 5. I I never look to carry risk through a 4-hour open. I've experienced that the hard way, man. So yeah, the dream we do need some hopes and prayers that the 4-hour doesn't kill me. I surely did not want to deal with it. That was not my intent. NQ's turning over on the 5-minute. See if we get a push here on ES2. That would leave us a 15-minute behind. How did you take break even? Did you enter higher than I was, Dami? You mu you must have got in like up here somewhere. That's cool, man. Honestly, I was maybe like 500 bucks in profit. So I left mine on and just went break even on it. But I'm telling you, man, building the habit of not having open risk at a 4-hour candle open is in the long run will do you good. Honestly, I don't even like 1-hour opens. Those are bad enough. If you have a clean POI that you see that it's going to want to pull into to continue, for continuations, then and that's in profit for you, then it's not that big of a deal. But so our most recent 5-minute dealing range here that is overlapping this 5-minute. Maybe what it wants to seek. Hmm. If it holds in there, then my trade's really not invalid. Tough decisions, guys. Tough decisions here. Don't want to make the wrong choice. That 15-minute range is even lower. Yeah, retrace for entry. Yeah, that's what I would look at. I'd look at that 5-minute equilibrium overlapping this 5-minute FEG, and then also the 15-minute FEG potentially forming in 8 minutes. If I get hit at break even, I'm going to do the same thing. Um, Why aren't I blinking? I was reading. Also, I've been staring at a computer for since 2 a.m. Man, I'm having to use a different camera for my TikTok stream than my Kick and Twitch stream. I can't get my stream key from TikTok until I have 500 followers. All right, here it comes. Probably just gonna. Yeah, this thing's really freaking testing my patience. I swear, my trades usually do not take this long. I've literally held through an entire 1 hour candle. But every time I look at closing it, it does something to make me think that, hey, it's like the idea is still there. What hours looking like? Maybe it makes this 15-minute, taps it, and then it continues. I think the 15-minute that it's about to form here is going to tell the story. If that goes IFEG, then I think it opens that 4 hour to get tapped underneath on NQ. And if it holds, then the 4 hour above. Now I think we had solid reason of why we aimed at the one above rather than the one below, but now we're on a whole other 4 hour candle. So you got a lot of our analysis was done off the previous 4 hour candle and was intended to be done before this candle even started. So having to reassess on the fly here, which hey is part of it, but not ideal. See what ends up shaking out on this 5 minute. Then Q is falling right down to that level of closing that inefficiency. If NQ closes the inefficiency, before the 15-minute closes in 1 minute, then it may not revisit it. Here it is. There it is. Now, does it bounce from there? Because NQ just closed it. That would potentially say that we're not going to revisit this 15 that ES is making. I sure wouldn't bet against it. We're also bouncing off that equilibrium. Literally like a tick away from getting stopped here. Still holding. NQ still holding pretty well. I have a custom trading look. I don't think people really care what my logo is if I trade well, bring good value. I don't think that, again, obviously the odds of this thing bottom ticking, my stop is astronomically low, but balancing the 15-minute on NQ, there it is. All right, let's reposition here. Honestly, it kind of feels good to be out of that freaking trade. Good Lord. All right. New 15-minute. We do have a 15-minute on ES here. It just opened that 15-minute and tapped that. Now I would be looking for an IFEG on this leg down. My stop may have just been liquidity, guys. And that is sometimes how it goes. Gotta be patient here. We did just IFEG of 1 minute. I want a little bit more confirmation than that. You may have you may have deemed this the 1 minute IFEG. Well, actually, it just filled it. It didn't actually force it. I need a little more than that to be super confident in this. I actually like NASDAQ structure more. I'm going to still trade ES just because it's stronger. Overall, but yeah, Elena, follow my TikTok and you can send them in a message in there. At 15 minutes looking pretty good. I mean, it opened lower, it tapped the 15-minute, it tapped that equilibrium. Well, I guess that's not the 15-minute equilibrium. The 15-minute equilibrium is way down here. Still not sold on NQ. It actually has a 5-minute FEG. For anyone that's on the Kick or Twitch stream, like that a bit more. 49 seconds on this 5-minute. I would probably be okay to take this if NQ can get above that 5-minute and make it go IFEG here. See how it closes in 37 seconds, 35. I'd probably run the same position, honestly. It just gave it up. Never mind. Nope. 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 NQ's clearly rejecting off equilibrium. Still got some time on the 15-minute. We'll see how it ends up closing, but yeah, not sold on it yet. I do want to put our dealing range on our ES chart right here on the 5-minute. on this little down leg. I don't really care about the 5 anymore. We got the 15 tab. That's better. We did get that 1 minute to go inverse. Where's that? There's not a bunch of, I just don't see a bunch of opportunities here for the IFEG entry, unfortunately. We are grinding above that 5 minute again on NQ. I think that is going to be the cleanest entry trigger for this. Now, in a perfect world, would have the same fair value gap on NQ and ES and wait for that to go IFEG and enter on whichever index we were leaning to be stronger for a bullish trade. But obviously, unfortunately, we don't have that on ES, which makes where my mind goes, just looking at that structure, is it going to want to manipulate one more time down into these lows here? I don't know. We'll see. 2 minutes, 20 seconds left. Honestly, this is not looking bad. Back to the upside, guys. 4 hour opened. It opened lower, formed to 15, tapped to 15, tapped 5 minute as well, tapped the 5 minute equilibrium. We would then potentially go IFEG on NQ on the 5 minute. And we still have, guys, just for reference, from that high, that wick, we still got, almost 9.5 points on ES to that 4 hour. So plenty of meat on the bone still going to the upside. Out of low resistance, liquidity built up to that 4 hour. We're maintaining bullish structure. 1 minute to this 5 minute closes. Elena, no, I don't have a Discord. No Discord, no affiliate code, no courses. I don't sell anything to anybody. I am here to trade and find other traders that, yeah, I got Instagram and TikTok. They're both at Zach's Trades. The same handle as on Twitch. ZAX_trades. That's my handle on anything that I have. TikTok, Instagram, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, and X. All right, we got the 5 minute close, guys. I think I'm about to smack this thing one last try here to these highs. I'm sorry, not to the highs, to the 4 hour FEG. I don't see anything that's telling me that low it's going to run lower here. do want to put my stop under something decently significant here, maybe like down into here somewhere. Guys, I do not believe in putting your stop loss associated to 1 minute structure. But I understand what I'm doing looks very odd, but I think that's how prop firms make all their money, personally. Now you see, I use the 1 minute chart. That's not what I mean. But just saying that, hey, I'm going to time this entry so precisely, because what we're doing as intraday traders essentially is we are trying to catch an extension of a 1 hour candle, basically. Not saying you're going to sit in the trade for an hour, but you're trying to catch, some bit of the extension off that 1 hour move, right? A piece of that. The more the better, right? You're trying to time that to such precision that you think that the swing low or the swing high right next to you on the 1 minute chart is not going to get, you know, rated or swept before it runs all the way to where you're expecting it to, something that you did probably goes off the higher time frame. Tommy's with me. Yep. 5 minute got IFEG on NQ. We'll see how it rolls, man. I think you also, Dami, you have a very good setup for a break even trade here at this high. Whoops. Not S&T, sorry. Tagging it. So all eyes for me are on this next high. And I think that's going to tell us if we're right or wrong. I think if both indices run the high, I think we're GG's to the H4. We also want to keep on our kind of radar, how is price behaving at this 4 hour open that my indicator shows here? Okay. Just so I don't have to draw it manually. I'm not using an indicator for entry, exits, targets, anything. Just a manual. Now it's pilling back on us. I don't really want that. Not really a close that I would want to see there. But that did get us above equilibrium on ES on the 5 minute. Got too much going on the chart. I don't think so. I got one PD array. I got two ranges. I got the higher time frame range and then the pullback range, equilibrium. And I got where I traded. And I got where I'm going break even. I guess I have my midnight opening range drawn. All these high time frame PD arrays are still active and holding, so they're valid to me. So I got those out of the way. So we inverse the 5 on NASDAQ. We're re-entering the 5 now. I want to see it pop quick. I want to see this thing start dancing. Don't have anything there. It sure would screw a lot of people if they came and swept this low first and then they went higher. I'm not confusing myself. Also leave some things that I used on my trade on my chart for my journaling. I just move them out of the way to where I'm focused on at that point. I like that pop on NQ out of the 5-minute IFEG. I need it to hold and go take that, start running towards the high. Open lower, made the low wick, ran through the EQ. It gives that wick back up. That would be good. That does not really. Let's see. NQ's looking like here. Nice. They will hold it. It keeps making nice looking wicks. It keeps giving them up. That doesn't look. Looks like NASDAQ is taking reins of more bullish indices. Yeah, that lands. Ouch. Hmm. Starts see 37. It starts flipping this 15 and uh, we got the sweep on both of them. But honestly, this this sweep isn't really that great to me. So my rule set to like deem what a like a true liquidity sweep is whatever like the low in this case. I want to see the low sponsor a new high, and then you break that low that sponsored the new high. That is a nice rate on liquidity because in that break of structure, more people are getting baited in, right? After everything, you don't know my win rate. Everybody views the market differently. You ask 100 people, what is 5 plus 7 plus 10 plus 5 plus 2? Every single person, not, I mean, there are going to be groups of people that add the different numbers together to get the sum of all of it because of how their brain works. I like, trying to make things in groups of 10 and like in my head. So like I would pick out certain numbers to give me sets of 10 to do that in my head quickly, right? We're all going to do that differently. It's like that with anything. That's just my example. So different people are going to look at it differently. And that's totally fine. I mean, that's kind of the cool part, really. We got 4 minutes on this 15. Boy, that thing's freaking melting. Hmm. How it's gonna shape up, I guess. Our stacking the lows down to the 10 p.m., 1 a.m., 6 p.m. Right. I'm gonna, depending on how this closes, might adjust this, which I don't think that I've ever done on stream. Why does it keep beating that? May adjust this, guys, which I've never done because now ES is turning over uh and looks to be weaker than NQ right now. And so far it's trended more bullish and it's sure built up some really uh stacked lows to each other on the higher time frame. Only thing I can think of is like 15. Gosh, this thing is so way to downside, man. You would think. I already got that one. So it's through the 15-minute equilibrium too. How much time do I spend on my computer? Well, I'm an engineer as well, so I mean, a good bit of time. I trade I trade New York AM. I trade a 2 hour window in there on Tuesday through Friday. Sometimes I take Fridays off though. And then when I have a good target and that I like and I see before London starts, I'll jump on and trade London, which is what I did. And this trade just took me a freaking hour. But if I win in London, then I don't trade New York. So 2 to 3 hours a day. I've been doing some videos of trades lately. So that's uh, takes me probably 30 minutes or so to flip it. That's been added, but I've only streamed for like 2 months. I've been trading for 6 years. All right. Now, what I'm wanting to do now is if shorts are really in, I would look for continuation of this dealing right. Uh, Now, here it comes. Here's the 15-minute. That's now IFEG overlapping the equilibrium. And we also have this 5-minute right here. Now, if we're I'm gonna watch how it reacts here as it pulls back into that EQ. Tap. Honestly, bro, just I'm just looking here. Honestly, there is the reward on that. Worth it. I could buy 13 minutes with that risk. So it's really well, at least this guy. It went up and beat this. I wouldn't want to give it some breathing room. Hug these things too tight. Okay, opening lower. See if it makes the IFEG here. I think I can see what it wants to do. Hasn't quite tapped that 15-minute IFEG yet. If it's going to want to tap this 5-minute. That enough? I mean, again, guys, I don't really don't like. I mean, I don't hate my original trade, but now that I'm getting more information. It's very rare for me to flip my position. I give myself 2 stabs. First break even, I don't count as a loss. This thing's just flashing lower to me. So I think here's my entry trigger shorts. I think I gotta do what we do and get over to NQ. It just went PG. NQ is in the 1 minute. It just flipped. This is, I would like to at least get into that 15-minute IFEG holding equilibrium right now, the 1 minute range. Like to be able to get out up here, obviously, but I may not get it. But I got, that would be 6 points. $975 target. So what? Yeah, NQ is looking about to sell. Yeah, this is looking, honestly, this is looking pretty promising for a down session profile where essentially your high of each session never gets swept, but each session sweeps the low of the session before. It's kind of that gradual higher high, or higher lower high, lower low. That's what ES is in, but to the upside right now, where it swept each high, but it hasn't returned to any of the low. This I have marked as, that's not even that current H4. That's how long this is blended low. All right, see how we're doing here. Honestly, that's just going to that first thing. I really want to hold that thing. I'm not going to sit on stream while that thing runs that far, though. And sure not inversing this thing with speed. Holding and consolidation. And honestly, I like that for holding higher. I was really going off the momentum lower, but it seemed to kind of died here. Oh man. Guys, I'll make you a promise that next time you join my stream, I promise I won't take this. My stream this morning was like 5 minutes. Not stream, sorry, my trading. I think the stream was like an hour 15 or something. Dang. Let's see if this is actually that kind of last impulsivity to the upside, baiting people in. This is really going to be continuation. Honestly, I think that's it, guys. I think that's it. 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 Why didn't I think? Why couldn't I sell it? What the bro? What the sell? Bro, what the don't understand. Now it's giving me voice. Now I'm freaking down $1,200. Stupid. Man, that hurt. At least get that fair value gap tapped there. Got a drawdown. Hmm, that's a trade. First time on stream. Better enjoy it. I probably won't do that ever again. Watch me shoot from the hip a bit. I like this run up SMT right here. I've seen this a million freaking times at equilibrium. Run up, tap right, tap under equilibrium, tap a 5 minute, come down, chop, send it AMD right on the, is basically all it is. But that's why as soon as I saw it forming, I was like, I think this is it. I think this is it. So I'm gonna let this thing run and I'm gonna start taking off. I mean, I'm honestly, bro. I gotta think about. I just ate a freaking big loss. See what they're looking like here. This first load. Just trying to understand like how I need to plan to scale. Honestly, I don't really have much room to scale. Drop. Yeah, that that was that fresh 1 hour popping up 7 o'clock. Need that thing to continue and give us these sweeps, and then it could potentially reverse. NQ's now in that 4 hour pretty deep, actually. Now that I'm looking at it. Well, actually, no, not really. Yeah, pretty surprised to keep all these SMTs here. Yeah, I will very, very rarely, like, truly flip my bias like that. People I'm kind of like a honestly, kind of boring. A lot of people will sit in these streams and, like, fire off 4 or 5 trades in a session. That's not me, but I really don't care to take, like, 3 to 5 trades a week. I didn't trade Monday or Tuesday, not and I attempted to, I just didn't take any. Um, took like at like 2K on yesterday, about to make the release my video, break even here, 1,200 loss. See what we get here. That is freaking ugly, bro. Oh, honestly, I could have probably scalped here and bought this 5-minute gap it's just putting in. I'm sorry, sold. Just gonna come back in here and put me in drawdown. They pretty bullishly handle, dude. They just got to be veterans, dude. Oh, tough day, bro. think I'm not really that far down in the sense of change. Selling basically at the equilibrium. But, you know, I did try to get out of my buy like way up here. I mean, we're just stacking low at this point. Oh, I like to draw on liquidity. It is just sitting here holding. Really wanted to run. Now it's just sitting here. Don't really like trying to play the speed of it. Hmm. I don't know, man. Near the bed. NQ's got a good bit of way it can go up just to hit its EQ. It felt deep. Feel it, dude. All right, man. I'm out. Done, bro. I think that was my longest stream in my life. Thought that I thought we would go clean these lows up, but honestly, to me, man, anytime I'm seeing relative equal lows and relative equal highs on the high time frame, I have a uh, good understanding why I like that direction. Which this was the direction I was trying. I mean, honestly, we started the stream at 2 a.m. looking at was to this 4 hour on NQ. I think looking back, quick review, big on reviewing, man. So we formed that 4 hour that we targeted long at 2 p.m. So New York PM high is at 4 hour. Sold off, got the 6 p.m. high up here. Then we came and made Asia high here. And we had an additional, you could call this New York free market. And to me, that with the 4 hour above it, I'm classifying this as low resistance liquidity. So I liked my long. I liked my concept to this 4 hour. We opened that 2 a.m. London Open 4 hour candle with no upper wick on it. We sold off. We started getting the lower time frame reversals. We were getting all these SMTs down here on the high time frame. I like my, but I wrote it here to break even. I was up like $600 on here on trade one. Next 4 hour open, which I had no intention of holding all the way to the next 4 hour candle, but it died in here so long. Um, so I went break even at the 4 hour open, got stopped, 15-minute tapped off the 4 hour open, giving the lower 4 hour opening price. We had broken this first high on the 15-minute, the 1 hour, tapped the 15 off the open of the 6 a.m. 4 hour. IFEG, I think on the 5-minute back up, I re-entered going to the same trade. And then we get another failure. So to me, structure is telling me that this thing is going bearish. Then this thing dumps, it flips a 15, which had been holding us up. When IFEG retapped, I watch at the location of the retap right here. As soon as it gives this gap up that was holding it, I looked to sell. I was yelling at my thing because my closed position box wouldn't pop up. It dumps down here. And to me, at that point, it's like, what what is telling me that it's not seeking this and the H4? It then leaves another relative equal low. Yes, you could argue and say NQ tapped the H4. It could reverse from there. I get that. It's like, man, at what point do you not expect, like, I just thought that this thing was going to tick up and run, and anyway. So I think from where I got out on that long, I think I was down like 1200 ish down in here somewhere. Sorry, yeah, down in here somewhere. Really needs to be this. I like to leave my entry boxes like really accurate. I have to check exactly, but I think it's down in here somewhere. And look to just flip. I thought I could just flip it. And since it already left this, it already made an additional relative equal low. That okay, swing high, swing low, equilibrium. I tried to let price pull back into there before I closed my buy, which I did. So I saved myself a lot of loss there. And then just look for continuations to at least take out. I was kind of worried. What I was more worried about was like previous day low, uh, didn't get swept, and like one or two of these S&Ts still holding. But I really thought that this would get hit. This could hit right now, and that's why I had my stop way up here. but I don't know. At some point, you got to tell yourself, like, maybe I'm not seeing this as accurately as I need to. Cut myself off before I do damage. Green on it's like I was telling the beginner that joined on pick, trying to race will be big circles. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it. I appreciate everybody joining. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Drop a follow so you can be notified when I go live next time. And I promise anyone that joins next time, I promise the trade won't take that long. I honestly think that this was my longest stream ever. So appreciate anybody that sat through it. I'm gonna more than likely be on at 9:30 for New York AM. I only lost 100 on this sell right here, like 130. I'm just looking at it now. So I still got enough in my chamber for I leave myself two like full stop outs a day. I'll catch y'all then. I wonder how this will play out, but I'm not gonna watch it. I mean, hey, I'm with you, man, but like honestly, for me, like once I got this swing failure, bro, like this was the time. Like you pull back, and honestly, I should have got out of this way up here. To be completely frank, that's what I'm putting in my journal. I second guessed myself. As soon as I saw this thing fail, this candle right here, I should have gotten out and just took in the $300 or whatever. Because at that close, you knew it was going to raid this, and I already talked about why this isn't a good sweep to consider a liquidity raid because it did not sponsor a higher high. So as soon as this, yeah, I should have let go of that thing way quicker, and that probably would have opened up maybe this instead, or on NQ going down to the H4. But yeah, we all know how that goes. Shoulda, coulda, woulda, right? It is what it is. Appreciate you. Appreciate you trading, man. Come catch me on the New York AM. We're gonna get it right. You did good. You did a good display of patience, though, bro. That's what's up. Not everybody's cut out to sit on it, stuff like that. You don't necessarily want everyone to be like that, obviously, but sometimes that's how it shakes, man. All right.